But I mean, you can get reimbursed for it.
You ready?
Yeah, and you can take them online.
That's like 10 minutes.
Yeah, your
Yeah,
guys
it's
is
not-
a lot less. One person in the building has to have one of these, and then everybody else can have the little cheapy one. Your guys is, yeah. Nowhere near.
Bless you.
You're all good.
Thank you.
Yep, probably good.
carefully wrapped in tissue paper. Had she used the necklaces, it would have been quite legitimate, but she was violating the law of use. Her closets were filled with clothes she never wore and jewels which never saw the light. The old woman's arms were gradually becoming paralyzed from holding on to things, and eventually she was considered incapable of looking after her affairs, and her wealth was handed over to others to manage. So man, in ignorance of the law, brings about his own destruction. All disease, all unhappiness, come from the violation of the law of love. Man's boomerangs of hate, resentment, and criticism come back laden with sickness and sorrow. Love seems almost a lost art, but the man with the knowledge of spiritual law knows it must be regained, for without it he has become as sounding brass and tinkling cymbals. For example, I had a student who came to me month after month to clean her consciousness of resentment. After a while, she arrived at the point where she resented only one woman, but that one woman kept her busy. Little by little, she became poised and harmonious, and one day, all resentment was wiped out. She came in radiant and exclaimed, "You can't understand how I feel. The woman said something to me, and instead of being furious, I was loving and kind. And she apologized and was perfectly lovely to me. No one can understand the marvelous lightness I feel within." Love and goodwill are invaluable in business. For example, a woman came to me complaining of her employer. She said she was cold and critical, and she knew she did not want her in the position. "Well," I replied, "salute the divinity in the woman and send her love." She said, "I can't. She's a marble woman." I answered, "You remember the story of the sculptor who asked for a certain piece of marble? He was asked why he wanted it, and he replied, 'Because there is an angel in the marble.' out of it he produced a wonderful work of art. She said, "Very well, I'll try it." A week later she came back and said, "I did what you told me, and now the woman is very kind and took me out in her car." People are sometimes filled with remorse for having done someone an unkindness, perhaps years ago. If the wrong cannot be righted, its effect can be neutralized by doing someone a kindness in the present. This one thing I do, forgetting those things which are behind, and reaching forth unto those things which are before. Sorrow, regret, and remorse tear down the cells of the body and poison the atmosphere of the individual. A woman said to me in deep sorrow, "Treat me to be happy and joyous, for my sorrow makes me so irritable with the members of my family that I keep making more karma." I was asked to treat a woman who was mourning for her daughter. I denied all belief in loss and separation and affirmed that God was the woman's joy, love, and peace. The woman gained her poise at once, but sent word by her son not to treat any longer because she was so happy it wasn't respectable. So mortal mind loves to hang on to its griefs and regrets. I knew a woman who went about bragging of her troubles, so of course she always had something to brag about. The old idea was if a woman did not worry about her children, she was not a good mother. Now we know that mother fear is responsible for many of the diseases and accidents which come into the lives of children. For fear pictures vividly the disease or situation feared, and these pictures objectify if not neutralized. Happy is the mother who can say sincerely that she puts her child in God's hands and therefore knows that he is divinely protected. For example, a woman awoke suddenly in the night, feeling her brother was in great danger. Instead of giving in to her fears, she commenced making statements of truth, saying, "Man is a perfect idea in divine mind and is always in his right place. Therefore, my brother is in his right place and is divinely protected." The next day, she found that her brother had been in close proximity to an explosion in a mine, but had miraculously escaped. So man is his brother's keeper in thought, and every man should know that the thing he loves dwells in the secret place of the Most High and abides under the shadow of the Almighty. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling. Perfect love casteth out fear. He that feareth is not made perfect in love, and love is the fulfilling of the law. End of chapter 7. Recording by Amy Conger. Chapter 8 of The Game of Life and How to Play It. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shinn. Chapter 8, Intuition or Guidance. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. There is nothing too great of accomplishment for the man who knows the power of his word and who follows his intuitive leads. By the word he starts in action unseen forces and can rebuild his body or remold his affairs. It is therefore of the utmost importance to choose the right words, and the student carefully selects the affirmation he wishes to catapult into the invisible. He knows that God is his supply, and that there is a supply for every demand, and that his spoken word releases this supply. Ask, and ye shall receive. Man must make the first move. Draw nigh to God, and he will draw nigh to you. I have often been asked just how to make a demonstration. I reply, speak the word, and then do not do anything until you get a definite lead. Demand the lead, saying, "Infinite Spirit, reveal to me the way. Let me know if there's anything for me to do." The answer will come through intuition or hunch, a chance remark from someone, or a passage in a book, etc., etc. The answers are sometimes quite startling in their exactness. For example, a woman desired a large sum of money. She spoke the words, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate supply. Let all that is mine by divine right now reach me in great avalanches of abundance." Then she added, "Give me a definite lead. Let me know if there is anything for me to do." The thought came quickly. Give a certain friend, who had helped her spiritually, $100. She told her friend, who said, "Wait and get another lead before giving it." So she waited, and that day met a woman who said to her, "I gave someone $1 today. It was just as much for me as it would be for you to give someone 100. This was indeed an unmistakable lead, so she knew she was right in giving the $100. It was a gift which proved a great investment, for shortly after that, a large sum of money came to her in a remarkable way. Giving opens the way for receiving. In order to create activity in finances, one should give. Tithing, or giving 1/10 of one's income, is an old Jewish custom and is sure to bring increase. Many of the richest men in the country have been tithers and have never known it to fail as an investment. The 10th part goes forth and returns blessed and multiplied, but the gift or tithe must be given with love and cheerfulness, for God loveth a cheerful giver. Bills should be paid cheerfully. All money should be sent forth fearlessly and with a blessing. This attitude of mind makes man master of money. It is his to obey, and his spoken word then opens vast reservoirs of wealth. Man himself limits his supply by his limited vision. Sometimes the student has a great realization of wealth, but is afraid to act. The vision and action must go hand in hand, as in the case of the man who bought the fur-lined overcoat. A woman came to me asking me to speak the word for a position. So I demanded, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for this woman's right position." Never ask for just a position. Ask for the right position, the place already planned in divine mind, as it is the only one that will give satisfaction. I then gave thanks that she had already received, and that it would manifest quickly. Very soon she had 3 positions offered her, 2 in New York and 1 in Palm Beach, and she did not know which one to choose. for me to do? The answer will come through intuition or hunch, a chance remark from someone,
etc. The answers are sometimes quite startling in their exactness. For example, a woman desired a large sum of money. She spoke the words,
not showing up too, cause I'm a nobody, so I could study in school, and then I got arrested, cause our cars run into, and in the crash report my ID showed the proof, and I was in the state that just decided to brood, so I didn't see my grandma till the next day, and grateful I did, cause my grandparents say it's a grace, soon mine will be due. If I keep up this pace, I'll be an outer space limit, so I better slow my roll and make some fucking money move, before I end up in the paper, well, I'll be dead, I'll be on news. My life's some godsends where Pepsi tapes are straight smooth. I'ma give my passion and show thanks when fate choose. I'm loose, off the chain and the gates open too. By the way, can't forget about Oakland, woof. Chilling in the back of the laboratory booth. 5 series packing a story for the auditorium youth. I ain't no different now than I was in truth. Now I'm just me instead of a regular insecure dude. Truly see people equal and you will become you. I guess what God said all along is true. Honestly, I wonder what the fuck the funk do. It bumps, it grooves, it packs a baseline punch. Nothing to lose, turn that shit up, it's awesome. Ooh, not for the faint of heart, I should have cautioned you. What's the move? I put up another beat for a song and the truth goes on. Who's the song? Use the shun. You must be honest with the most G beside G.O.D. Master plan in effect, I see. Properly breaking the beat, skipping feet 1, 2, and 3. I stomp in cleats, finessing companies, using honesty. You gotta survive constantly, astonishing. Is that not obvious? I was saying colleges, I can touch it, subconsciousness, smoking weed and eating lunches to go. Cause there's a whole wide world to know, so why stay in a hole? Leave the cafeteria, hop on my lawnmower, double drop landias, describe the contours. Whatever a man does is a connoisseur. Listen to YouTube, bump the greatest tunes and wait. Pick apart true art from repetitive bump bump bumps. Hey, I know my urine based on assumption, no way. I like what I like and what I like is ill. Say, so this name for better, it's not a skill I feel. For passion, casual, just another day paying and gaining bills actual. My name is Sage Vedder. I'm out, yo. She's the perfect storm, hotter than summer in Florida. And if I end up being yours, I'll probably reverse my order. I adore you like a phoenix with a broken wing. And that's the way it is. Moments of my sleep, I turn my feelings to a biz. Focus on acquiring, I just wanna give. I'm ready to express myself, now that's the way to live. I know Jesus Christ will open stones above my grave. That's smoking the body, check Leviticus. Working with the Lord is what I call a catalyst. Catechism confirmed, I'm firmly in the grip of sorrow. I ain't a psychic, still I'm terrified to write this. Scared you won't really know all I love you, living hidden righteous. I ain't trying to have you wake up facing all of these surprises. But I mean the things I'm saying that takes me from crisis. My heart is heavy, so I'm falling for you when the ice lifts. Water in my mouth, nose and eyes, and as it rises, I panic, my voice is overthinking crisis. Talking to me, silence.
It looks like you lost another one.
Put a penny in and get $1 back. Ill-equipped them all of that, get $1 million bag. They talk some sense, it's not about the earth, it's consciousness. I get to give intertwined to its Sylvester. I'm not proud, I am missionless. I do anything to accomplish everything about the honor. See the line stress, let the effort or whatever led to this. I do not stress, ain't me, new focus. I MC but God through the square will rest. Now I'm better to be the best, handle my own key press. Points of blessings flow, come on now, question. What do you wanna know? Oh, listen, I feel strong as heaven, strong as ever. We're in this together. Maybe I'll tell you my road. Maybe I'll tell you my story. Maybe I'll tell you my home. Baby, I can tell you alone. I want to love in my life, someone I loved in my side. God, you love hard when it's right. God, you sure soften mine. I am not talking a lot. I am not talking about. I have faith in the divine. I am his puppet of thought. I don't have qualms when I die. I know it's all for the life. I know the marginalized is not love or brotherly like. Maybe I'll tell you my heart. Maybe I'll tell you my story. Maybe I can tell you the home. Maybe I can tell you alone. I wanna love my life, someone I love in my side. Oh, my heart when it's right. God, you should stop in my. I don't know where I'm gonna go, yeah. Right now I'm in California. DoorDash Korea, DoorDash Korea. Long way from the world of Korea. Take the give, I got nothing but a rich life over there. Forfeit has never been an option, not again. Promo rich at 2 in LA in 2 days. A miles of pushing, left and burn. Couldn't even handle that, my eyes be it hurt. Threw to him when I fell and cried. Finally unable to a long goodbye. A stranger helped, picked it up, love I felt. Everybody got their problems dealt. It's how you solve them, that's success is spelled. So in my room I bought some beats and recorded. Still I couldn't blink. It's all shit hit. I was told to quit and in 2021 I admit I did. Now here I am 23. I ain't a kid, old but young, definitely equipped. I keep my band close, I love it. I ain't damn ironic, cause when it comes to life I know I got it. Might still mama and I pilot it. Maybe I'll tell you my road. Maybe I'll tell you my story. Maybe I'll build us a home. Maybe I can tell you alone. I wanna love in my life, someone I love in my life. Follow my heart when it's right. God, you sure something right. I am not talking about. I am not talking about. I have faith in the divine. I am his puppet of life. I don't have qualms when I die. I know it's all for the life. I know the marginalized is not lover and brother like.
Do you smell it? I smell.
My archaic vandal, my archaic vandal, my archaic vandal, my archaic vandal. This is my archaic vandal, my archaic vandal. Keeping it real since the 2019 build. Oh, that's a foreshadow from the stage, but don't battle for a repeal. If you do, rest in peace and make weaknesses revealed. I'll slice even till Jesus Christ can't even heal you. You didn't bring shit, not even crickets wanna hear you. Nothing exists in your noodle like cars, Google assist you, let them drive you. I drop myself so one day I can supersize to the size of a West Tech truck. Words are weapons, I let buck. I don't give a flipping finger and never fuck. I picture my dreams and it's stuck to the wall by attack. I'ma fall, I'll get back, I'll give all, I'll attack till they're calling me back. Anomalies happen, straight out of Menominee rapping. I'm a monopoly, fanting in pockets fast like Jordan. That's ranting, my organs are racking, so my organs can rack and doing rack awards. I'm racking the game for show. My archaic vandal, my archaic vandal, my archaic vandal, my archaic vandal. This is my archaic vandal, my archaic vandal. This isn't trash talk, this is pre-packaging fresh fruit for the masses. The rocket propellant before I blast it. Engines without a gasket. Given the opportunity, how in the fuck would I pass it? Mindset of a celebrated assassin. Soon I'll be doing fine like Jasmine. Climbing to the top of the clock tower unlike you has-beens. And like the opposite of an aspirin. Blocking flows like labyrinths. I don't fuck with mumbling.
how you spend your time. I didn't know a thing, but my mama told me the realest line. She runs in my fingertips, a princess, CSI, blood of crypt DNA, everybody elevate. The only way I skip for fucking immediacy is done shit. Bloody skin spins and vehicle windows call us symbol we align. This feds illegal hit me shit to check the BMI. Or does every take is red and blue and red and blue just can't relate. And citizens like you may just shake our heads and read the paper deadly because it perpetuates and recreates the judgment day. It's all the same thing, so Obama thought you wanna change. Instead we have new graves and slaves that catch from way through the hills of Maple. We must up to the nominee. This land of brave is quicker to the coast of USA, but hey. Get my guns from the closet. Then loaded and cock it. Before the Reaper comes a lot, clips strung on my pocket with the drop is done on a ladder. When just look the scripts of hypnotics was spotted. The sound was written trying to trigger for comics. Some size, a sonic bullet to report a sonics have to be heroic like comics. Although you're predictive input visits you lie to. All you're too product is your girls and guys who flip to gibberish and eat sweet meat like licorice. Underneath it all is just a king illiterate. Quickest way to pick me up is listen to lyrics and Fox View shaking faucet. Like the Fox TVs we watch a 6 o'clock CB4 dreaming each and every one. Come to find a simple mind and men buckles and get a gun. I spin inflection and begin under pit and quick skin infliction effects. Through the tools for reckless we love fast others benefits from intrinsic elects. Mass media feeding his teamy shit scripts with gold. Severely beating out ideas EEO. The needy bitch at your greedy hoe. Previous seeds of doubt were sown so you feel alone at home now. And even though you're alone now, you treat your work like needs that hurt and need your work with blown now. Better make a wish if candlesticks ain't used to show around. The tiki torches that your horses leaping over. But I get running blood or beating drums with lower sounds. So fed up being let down. The only thing that might let up is leaving on the rocket of the world. Heaven knows it ain't the blood to stop it. Fucking guess I'm drunk.
Used to call the chocolate, used to call the macalat. All the topic chooses pocket roofs to lack a truth. Used to crucify themselves, used to call the last spell. Through the well of crucial bell to prove myself a sleuth. Goals I have don't have to do with how I feel with you. What's a bar when each one lays the scar inside your brain? I urge collapse, this written caps I care but damn aware. Magnetic means attractions through the opposites despair. Between the loops of beef your plays a reason vocal piece replaced. Verbal obscene gestures remedied each time I'm verbal. Sit, forget, pretend it's fine. I'm sick of this, let's hit rewind. One me quick, is this a whim? I haven't been the same since. Now I think of you and wins. We once compared a fingerprint. So you walk in and spin the wind up him. I gotta drop a lie, just automatic as a virus let it. And I'm breathing cancerous, asbestos pieces. Fiber arrested chances, speak of follicles. I switched up the vocal cords, go strength increases. Dopamine and press releases. Welcome high yo, yo, like I yo, till the day I rest in pieces. Jesus, Savior, please, I'm born to be a dangerous leader. See it, be it, be it, be it. Acid jazz, your passive affiliation. Fuck you, set me up for the day I came to being. Fuck subtle equations, gain away with unsustaining evil of temptation. Failing, erupt, losing, failing, erupt, enough function. I jump, I jump, I jump. Woo! Yo. 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 Yo, if you hit the books with questions, literally you see them. Read them, think it's serum, stop the room like a shoulder screaming. Fingers in the middle, hold up. Oh, brilliance within itself, your fucking Anthony, and fucking enemy, I'm lucky to see it. Chuck it to every fuck you give up, give out. Give out, hold up, never hold out. All I know is how to ball out, all out. Go to nuances, this beautiful nuances. Let everybody lose its sense of flipping influence. From flipping effluence in 2 minutes to riddance of my diffidence. Addition of some dissonance, I've riddance of my hindrances. The fragrance of the incense smoke inside my sinuses. Ignite some lighter fluid on the negatives. The minuses got pregnant for irises. I double down on arrogance, and that's a difference of answers. I'm calling in the cavalry for Christmas with my vision. Since as vivid as the AK television. I'm a generation, yeah, vacant decimation. Level of the future, come to shoot you with the truth of the real conditions. Square with some superstition, call it fucking intuition. I know human driven motivation. And they use it like it's liquidation. For my life of highway mind abrasion. If you ain't amused to curse nightmares, awaken then your eyes will open wide to take visions. I'm blazing through the flames of monster faces, flashing in a compilation, scaring out a conversation. Fear is motivation, cash and benefits can motivate with motives. With the interstate so I can guide to the prominence, be the key you say. Well, I say you find you say goodbye temptations, waste your time and send it out in isolation.
I've been beside
motherfucker, you a faker. I'm your hater while I ride straight to high, straight up out straight. When I straight, then I straight, slay. Stay the night at the studio, I paid to deliver my dinner with my mind. In a mind state, no stress. In a high stakes situation, I guess I violate average. But it bounce to a beat like a fucking mattress. So why my address tomorrow? Moving beats like a cactus. Use more tomato. Is that what's leaving many up? This thug life is a bottom. My quarantine's until July. And then I'm eating gelato with models and plenty bottles. Crossing the boat. Ocean of battle. Grotto the hide in the scatter. Cause I'm coming through no matter the water. Do my Achilles, no, I kill these hoes, stat 'em. Don't let it fly away. Stay flying apart. Cause I know you'll never let me go. Yours in my hand, it's up and restart. Cause I know you'll never let me go. Not gonna talk in a tone that you like. Cause this song was written the way I write. Yo, get a look in your eye when I paint the picture right. To the cellular, devising my own multiplying, heating bodies, light and ice. Voices power my device, script syllables and mics. Like, tell them what I'm like, I'm unalike, I'm unencountered. Downward let it spiral. This ain't core septic, viral or poor attempt at Lido. Interact empowered with the wave of surf, you know. Generating gravity, the earth. Interacting with the church in the moon. Kudos, stabilizing axis, inner happiness in you. Virgin acts on journeys in your head, but what it do? Resonance within aligning neural links we spin. Found a giant effort in the principal vocalics. I know mind is real estate. Follow with the lyric Phillips, instead of wallowing, instead of borrowing a Phillips. Spew it, get to narrow, spew it. S.A.I.C's in the Buick. Guess the 82 consumer checks to keep it moving. I won't dump the ball, it's X's influence of music touching me. So touching y'all, I'll take a breath and prove it. Loading ammo, talking rap for the man who killed the beat and sold the damages to me. A question mark is 17, yo, that's my favorite rapper. That's my favorite rapper, I agree. Is with an actor, it is meant to be. No song was put together to disturb a neural link. Emotions are stirring these. What else will questions make you think? The tone of play I'm just a think. Never so flat on every blink. All around me sickening. I'm visual in deception of everything depictions of. Picketing the wonder who's protecting who are listening. Checks are through who gives a all we need to feel, we locking down the avenue. Hit my symphony through dopamine and ecstasy. Expose these phony sims with me. Fetch a struggle, it's determining. The furnace burning dreams, acetylene. Jelly beans, lost perpetual. Running the machine, few dodge difficult. The ritual like crack fiends. Moms who pop pills, farewell but back greens. Catch a subtle mumble murmuring, but I digress. Don't hold your breath. And just the wine of bittersweetness of a line. Suit and tie are left, the theft of life, a collar noose. Violence produced according to the power roof. Our troops are currency, an army for a war affording Ferraris and a Model 3's power roof. 1,035s exporting to Marines, and troops will lay a message on the floor as who's cream. We're the same, but on occasion I look up a place of concentration. Bluntly put up, bust your window pane. I ain't playing anymore, this game sucks. Got no time for this, got no ride for this. I'm connected to wireless in the length of waves emanating from my gradient, from cranium to brain complex as the IRS saying. We're the same, but on occasion I look up a place of concentration. Bluntly put up, bust your window pane. I ain't playing anymore, this game sucks. Got no time for this, got no rhyme for this. I'm connected to wireless in the length of waves emanating from a gradient, from cranium to brain complex as the IRS saying. There you go.
Infinite Benny,
Bottles of Henny, platinum wristwatch you're getting on telly.
What is the dream you fiends? Tell me. Power with shit that they're selling. Infinite Benny,
bottles of Henny, platinum wristwatch you're getting on telly.
What is the dream for your fiends? Tell me, is your soul with the devil if it mean you're wealthy? Capital Hill, show me a standard of gold. They
hold you a tongue. Slick silver tongue, petroleum jelly, petroleum products. What brought up is clean, what's brought up is clean, what's brought up is clean. All fresh and the illest, the freshness of patties and gloss on my neck. Do you floss when you step? Do you got the respect? Do you got this and that? And so I'm twisting my back to get a glimpse at the pack that I wanted so bad. Put it on the line, a line I will cross. My eyes got the dot of night homies. A fight here will show me the baddest, the rawest, the killer with conscience to squander the life I never had. We're dancing forever, wherever you want. We're simple condition when you pull on the lever. Infinite Benny, bottles of Henny, platinum wristwatch, you're getting on telly. What is the dream for your fiends? Tell me, power to grab newest shit they selling. Infinite Benny, bottles of Henny, platinum wristwatch, you're getting on telly. What is the dream for your fiends? Tell me, is your soul with the devil if it mean you're wealthy? Is your soul with the devil if it mean you're wealthy?
Live up your life, a child or not, your mother and daughter and
Father all by, forever and always, all yours at a cost. You live with brothers and sisters from home. You're caught up and happy, a happy life. Neighbors to enjoy the candy. The devil was already made. You live here all settled, the land of the brave. The sweetness of fruits and the view of the vista. Your broker was Christ and he deals to visit. The evil on earth is a bargain for life, eternal and tight, but you chose one more time. Infinite Benny, bottles of Henny, platinum wristwatch, you're getting on telly. What is the dream for your fiends? Tell me, power to grab newest shit that they sell. Infinite Benny, bottles of Henny, platinum wristwatch, you're getting on telly. What is the dream for your fiends? Tell me, is your soul with the devil if it mean you're wealthy? Used to cool the talk a little, used to cool the mock a lot. Ooh, the topic chooses pocket roots to lack a truth. Used to crucify themselves, used to cool the last spell. Through the well of crucial bell to prove myself a sleuth. Ooh. Goals I have don't have to do with how I feel with you. What's the ball when each one lays a scar inside your brain? I've heard collapse, this written cast I care, but damn aware. Magnetic means attraction to the opposites despair. Between the loops of beef, your plays a reason, vocal peace replaced. Verbal ops and gestures remedied each time I'm herbal. Sit, forget, pretend it's fine. I'm sick of this, let's hit rewind. One me quick, is this a whim? I haven't been the same since. Now I think of you and wince me once compared to fingerprints. How you walk in and spin the wind, drip when my God, I drop a nitrous automatic as a virus. Let it ain't a breathing cancerous, asbestos pieces. Follow close, let's switch, we can follow close, let's switch up the vocal contour, strength increases, dopamine and press releases. Welcome higher, you're the guy, yo, till the day I rest in pieces. Jesus, Savior, please, I'm going to be dangerous. Ladies, see it, be it. Acid, Jesse, pass it, assassination. Fuck, you set me up the day I came to beam. Fuck, subtle equations, gain away with unsustaining evil of temptation, failing, abrupt illusions, failing, erupting, not function. I jump. Woo! I can hear the branches on my window every night. Whisper thin syllables getting twisted in my mind. It's a monster that you thought of when yourself was tucked in. Talking to my inner conscious saying you're my blood twin. Clouding up the dump on all this cloud that's building up. I would power pick up in a vow of total blur. Now a word, we talking about the giants out. He's looking like a mime with his calendar, meaning that I'm trying to warn of doomsday to challengers. Reach a higher caliber, take a shot, my flex will capture all of them up. Vegas like a fruity olive plum. I focus till the dopest fires light my corneas. Every nebula, ignite up your approaches like I do to chronic roaches. When I'm spinning Coriolis, soon we'll see you. It's the coldest. I was heated for stress, my window closes. I'm going in, I'm going nuts. I scrotum skin, shoot without a repercussions for you. Shook a soda can, you shut up then reopened it. Just another token, keeping me awoke at night. So the fucking good. Get screaming into the mixer. Never sleep to wonder if the future will remember me. I claim I put out everything, but secretly I'm sending out a wish to hope the bitches isn't listening. Break away with all the shit they educate so I can feel awake until it's late. There's no one else I got to help the great escape. Thinking how the angel turned itself into a snake. Now I lay my shit in phonies thinking that they fuck with me. Now I write what up and bitches say hello right back to me. Ask them what I'm saying, yet it's now they all look up to me. I ain't a puppet brain, you get caught if you attach to me. I'm dead cause I don't need it multiple degrees. As I offer up a coffin to all the people topping me, ain't nobody stop this thing. I'm acting like an everybody, trying to keep them bloody just to prove the who's irrelevant. My throat is far from gliding. Keep on talking pivot, stuck up like an ivy. If I ever gave a fuck, it happened with four other bodies like it was dominant kamikaze battle stars. Go Illuminati, ride or die like Country Shoddy. Come again to see the wizard better. Keep it all in mind, but think it better as I pluck a feather for the wedding. Die for cheddar, just releasing hate, respect the species of a ghost pepper. Real and kill all things like Ghost Rider. Title no header. Season drank in my cup. Who the fuck? Scan the room. Dicky, scan the room. I am the elephant. Target on my back. I cannot get it. Explicit, acidic etches the lyrics. I steer the ship to the quickest of ears. Finessing the simplest messages. Flick swish. Tactic of a matchstick. Mint like tic tacs and steel clicks. The clock wins. Okay, I'm playing. I'm straight shooter, single and killing the scene. Crazy, I'm like it's done fucking easily. Me phase once you understand basically. Capable of more what's known to be favorable. Fly too high, might step down to labels. Alive and closer to some fatal rhymes. Quotes ain't worth when you said shit. Meanwhile, forward thinking, just reverse what I spoke. Cause what I spoke reverse things forward. Shit said ain't worth quotes to you. Rhymes fatal, the dose is so close, but I'm alive. Labels so down this step. Might I be too high to fly? Favorable to be known what's more capable. Basically understand, you won't phase me. I easily fucking done it like I'm crazy. I'm crazy. I easily fucking done it like I'm crazy. Easy. So play me. The way I'm making a break and a lated escape, created a game for them to play every day. For the way the name, for the way veins strain with adrenaline. Heart rate elevate from a straight 88 to 102. I faded today. How about you? Don't try to spade it. I'm bladed and dangerous. Won't hesitate to marinate you. I'm plated and traded guns. Shoot straighter than laser pulse. That's sniper's favorite chamber. I'm trying to live like the devil. I'm bad behavior. So give me a bullet to bite, a full bit and bull whip. Let's have the amount of crap. Now fuck that, it's bullshit. I'm a good friends and a six-pack dog, but you knew that.
You flash like facts, I boil it down. A lucrative Buddha,
Who could it be? I'm the stupidest suitor, cause I don't give fucks what you thought of me. Got an apology, cause it's lived tough and fantasy.
Everything is actually the reaction to the
contraptions we have round earth's axis. From big wheels to taxes, hot wheels and glasses.
Fill mine with beer for my last wish, then I'm clear.
Classic, I'm in the backseat. Yo. I said, I'm in the backseat of a taxi, rolling Acme Twax, slurping Pepsi with a 10 on my lap. You just calling me sexy.
Looking like a sweaty episode of epilepsy. Her friends made it a frenzy. Get it? Her friends made it a frenzy. I don't know envy, I don't know negative feeling. No. I'm elevated, leaning back, although don't let me KO. Fuck weed for jail. I've been fucking since fucking day O. I'ma be the pinnacle pennant, a Bennigan epidemic. Cause eating is rapping aesthetic appeal. I got it for real. Work at a look on its foot, cause I bought it for real. Skirting and working for meals. But nothing competes with this minute here. So let's toast to beer, DJs of OG, and celebrate how we became we through the years.
Yo, if you hit the books with questions, literally you'll see them. Read them, think of serums, stop them, rib them like a shoulder screaming. Fingers in the middle. Hold up. Brilliance within the self, you're fucking at the knee. I'm fucking at me, I'm lucky to see it. Be lucky enough to every fuck you give up. Hold up, never hold up. All I know is how to ball out. All I go to new nuances, it's spewing fluid nuisances. Till everybody loses, it's a flipping influence. But flipping affluence of 2 minutes to rid into my diffidence. Addition of some dissonance, I'd rid into my hindrances. And fragrance of the incense smoke inside my sinuses ignite some lighter fluid.
Looks like you lost another one.
Put a penny in and get a dollar back. You'll equip them all and I get $1 million bag that talks for sense. It's not about the earth, it's consciousness. I get to give, intertwined to interest. I'm not a fraud, I'm missionless. I do anything to accomplish it within the bounds of honesty. The law is stress, not an effort or whatever led to this. I do not rest, same E, new focus. I MC but God through the swim, rest as heaven, strong as ever, ever, ever. We're in this together. Maybe I'll tell you my road, maybe I'll tell you my story, maybe I'll build us a home, maybe I can tell you alone. I wanna love in my life, someone I love in my side, follow my heart when it's right, God you should stop and know. I am not talking about, I am not talking about, I have faith in the divine, I am his prophet and I don't have qualms when I die, I know it's all for the light, I know the marginalized is my lover, brother, maybe I'll tell you my soul, maybe I'll build us a home, maybe I can tell you alone. I wanna love in my life, someone I love in my side, follow my heart when it's right, God you should stop and wait. I don't know where I'm gonna go, yo. Right now I'm in California, Golden State Warrior, DoorDash Courier, long way from the world of warrior. I take the give, I got nothing but a rich life, both for them, forfeit is never been an option, not again. From a rich to an alien, 2 days a mile, some pushing, left burn, couldn't even handle that, my eyes be it hurt. Threw it to him when I fell and cried, finally unable to a low goodbye. A stranger helped, picked enough love I felt. Everybody got their problems dealt, it's how you solve them, that success is felt. So in my room I bought some beats and recorded, still I couldn't blink. It's all shit hit, I was told to quit, and in 2021 I admit I did. Now here I am, 23, I ain't a kid, old but young, definitely equipped. I keep my band close, I love it, I ain't damn ironic, cause when it comes to life I know I got it. Might still farmer and I pilot it. Maybe I'll tell you my road, maybe I'll tell you my story, maybe I'll build us a home, maybe I can tell you alone. I wanna love in my life, someone I love to myself, follow my heart when it's right, God use yourself and me. I am not talking about, I am not talking about, I have faith in the divine, I am his puppet and I don't have qualms when I die, I know it's all for the light, I know the marginalized is not love or brotherly life.
Do you smell it? I smell.
My archaic vandal, my archaic vandal, my archaic vandal, my archaic. This is my archaic vandal, my archaic vandal. Keeping it real since the 2019 deal.
Open the way for my immediate supply. Let all that is mine by divine right now reach me in great avalanches of abundance. Then she added, give me a definite lead. Let me know if there is anything for me to do. The thought came quickly. Give a certain friend, who had helped her spiritually, $100. She told her friend, who said, wait and get another lead before giving it. So she waited, and that day met a woman who said to her, I gave someone $1 today. It was just as much for me as it would be for you to give someone 100. This was indeed an unmistakable lead, so she knew she was right in giving the $100. It was a gift which proved a great investment, for shortly after that, a large sum of money came to her in a remarkable way. Giving opens the way for receiving. In order to create activity in finances, one should give. Tithing, or giving 1/10 of one's income, is an old Jewish custom and is sure to bring increase. Many of the richest men in the country have been tithers and have never known it to fail as an investment. The 10th part goes forth and returns blessed and multiplied, but the gift or tithe must be given with love and cheerfulness, for God loveth a cheerful giver. Bills should be paid cheerfully. all money should be sent forth fearlessly and with a blessing. This attitude of mind makes man master of money. It is his to obey, and his spoken word then opens vast reservoirs of wealth. Man himself limits his supply by his limited vision. Sometimes the student has a great realization of wealth, but is afraid to act. The vision and action must go hand in hand, as in the case of the man who bought the fur-lined overcoat. A woman came to me asking me to speak the word for a position. So I demanded, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for this woman's right position." Never ask for just a position. Ask for the right position, the place already planned in divine mind, as it is the only one that will give satisfaction. I then gave thanks that she had already received, and that it would manifest quickly. Very soon she had 3 positions offered her, 2 in New York and 1 in Palm Beach, and she did not know which one to choose. I said, "Ask for a definite lead." The time was almost up and was still undecided when one day she telephoned. "When I woke up this morning, I could smell Palm Beach." She had been there before and knew its balmy fragrance. I replied, "Well, if you can smell Palm Beach from here, it's certainly your lead." She accepted the position, and it proved a great success. Often one's lead comes at an unexpected time. One day, I was walking down the street when suddenly I felt a strong urge to go to a certain bakery a block or 2 away. The reasoning mind resisted, arguing, "There's nothing there that you want." However, I had learned not to reason, so I went to the bakery, looked at everything, and there was certainly nothing there that I wanted. But coming out, I encountered a woman I had thought of often, and who was in great need of the help which I could give her. So often, one goes for one thing and finds another. Intuition is a spiritual faculty and does not explain, but simply points the way. A person often receives a lead during a treatment. The idea that comes may seem quite irrelevant, but some of God's leadings are mysterious. In the class one day, I was treating that each individual would receive a definite lead. A woman came to me afterwards and said, "While you were treating, I got the hunch to take my furniture out of storage and get an apartment." The woman had come to be treated for health. I told her I knew in getting a home of her own, her health would improve, and I added, "I believe your trouble, which is a congestion, has come from having things stored away. Congestion of things causes congestion in the body. You have violated the law of use, and your body is paying the penalty." So I gave thanks that divine order was established in her mind, body, and affairs. People little dream of how their affairs react on the body. There is a mental correspondence for every disease. A person might receive instantaneous healing through the realization of his body being a perfect idea in divine mind, and therefore whole and perfect, but if he continues his destructive thinking, hoarding, hating, fearing, condemning, the disease will return. Jesus Christ knew that all sickness came from sin, but admonished the leper after the healing to go and sin no more, lest a worse thing come upon him. So man's soul, or subconscious mind, must be washed whiter than snow for permanent healing. And the metaphysician is always delving deep for the correspondence. Jesus Christ said, "Condemn not, lest ye also be condemned. Judge not, lest ye be judged." Many people have attracted disease and unhappiness through the condemnation of others. What man condemns in others, he attracts to himself. For example, a friend came to me in anger and distress because her husband had deserted her for another woman. She condemned the other woman and said continually, she knew he was a married man. She had no right to accept his attentions. I replied, "Stop condemning the woman. Bless her. same thing to yourself. She was deaf to my words, and a year or two later became deeply interested in a married man herself. Man picks up a live wire whenever he criticizes or condemns, and may expect a shock. Indecision is a stumbling block in many a pathway. In order to overcome it, make the statement repeatedly, I am always under direct inspiration. I make right decisions quickly. These words impress the subconscious, and soon one finds himself awake and alert, making his right moves without hesitation. I have found it destructive to look to the psychic plane for guidance, as it is the plane of many minds and not the one mind. As man opens his mind to subjectivity, he becomes a target for destructive forces. The psychic plane is the result of man's mortal thought and is on the plane of opposites. He may receive either good or bad messages. The science of numbers and the reading of horoscopes keep man down the mental or mortal plane, where they deal only with the karmic path. I know of a man who should have been dead years ago according to his horoscope, but he is alive and a leader of one of the biggest movements in this country for the uplift of humanity. It takes a very strong mind to neutralize a prophecy of evil. The student should declare, every false prophecy shall come to naught. Every plan my Father in heaven has not planned shall be dissolved and dissipated. The divine idea now comes to pass. However, if any good message has ever been given one, of coming happiness or wealth, harbor and expect it, and it will manifest sooner or later through the law of expectancy. Man's will should be used to back the universal will. I will that the will of God be done. It is God's will to give every man every righteous desire of his heart, and man's will should be used to hold the perfect vision without wavering. The prodigal son said, I will arise and go to my father. It is indeed often an effort of the will to leave the husks and swine of mortal thinking. It is so much easier for the average person to have fear than faith. So faith is an effort of the will. As man becomes spiritually awakened, he recognizes that any external inharmony is the correspondence of mental inharmony. If he stumbles or falls, he may know he is stumbling or falling in consciousness. One day, a student was walking along the street, condemning someone in her thoughts. She was saying mentally, that woman is the most disagreeable woman on earth, when suddenly 3 Boy Scouts rushed around the corner and almost knocked her over. She did not condemn the Boy Scouts, but immediately called on the law of forgiveness and saluted the divinity in the woman. Wisdom's ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. When one has made his demands upon the universal, he must be ready for surprises. Everything may seem to be going wrong, when in reality it is going right. For example, a woman was told that there was no loss in divine mind. Therefore, she could not lose anything which belonged to her. Anything lost would be returned, or she would receive its equivalent. Several years previously, she had lost $2,000. She had loaned the money to a relative during her lifetime, but the relative had died, leaving no mention of it in her will. The woman was resentful and angry, and as she had no written statement of the transaction, she never received the money, so she determined to deny the loss and collect the $2,000 from the Bank of the Universal. She had to begin by forgiving the woman, as resentment and unforgiveness closed the door of this wonderful bank. She made this statement, I deny loss. There is no loss in divine mind. Therefore, I cannot lose the $2,000 which belong to me by divine right. As one door shuts, another opens. She was living in an apartment house which was for sale, and in the lease was a clause stating that if the house was sold, the tenants would be required to move out within 90 days. Suddenly, the landlord broke the leases and raised the rent. Again, injustice was on her pathway, but this time she was undisturbed. She blessed the landlord and said, "As the rent has been raised, it means that I'll be that much richer, for God is my supply." The new leases were made out for the advanced rent, but by some divine mistake, the 90-day clause had been forgotten. Soon after, the landlord had an opportunity to sell the house. On account of the mistake in the new leases, the tenants held possession for another year. The agent offered each tenant $200 if he would vacate. Several families moved. 3 remained, including the woman. A month or 2 passed, and the agent again appeared. This time he said to the woman, "Will you break your lease for the sum of $1,500? It flashed upon her, "Here comes the $2,000. She remembered having said to friends in the house, "We will all act together if anything more is said about leaving." So her lead was to consult her friends. These friends said, "Well, if they have offered you $1,500, they will certainly give $2,000. So she received a check for $2,000 for giving up the apartment. It was certainly a remarkable working of the law, and the apparent injustice was merely an opening for the way for her demonstration. It proved that there is no loss, and when man takes his spiritual stand, he collects all that is his from this great reservoir of good. "I will restore to you the years the locusts have eaten." The locusts are the doubts, fears, resentments, and regrets of mortal thinking. These adverse thoughts alone rob man, for no man gives to himself but himself, and no man takes away from himself but himself. Man is here to prove God and to bear witness to the truth. And he can only prove God by bringing plenty out of lack and justice out of injustice. "Prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour out a blessing, that there shall be not room enough to receive it." End of chapter 8. Recording by Amy Conger. Chapter 9 of The Game of Life and How to Play It. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shinn. Chapter 9, Perfect Self-Expression, or The Divine Design. No wind can drive my bark astray, nor change the tide of destiny. There is for each man perfect self-expression. There is a place which he is to fill, and no one else can fill, something which he is to do, which no one else can do. It is his destiny. This achievement is held a perfect idea in divine mind, awaiting man's recognition. As the imaging faculty is the creative faculty, it is necessary for man to see the idea before it can manifest. So man's highest demand is for the divine design of his life. He may not have the faintest conception of what it is, for there is possibly some marvelous talent hidden deep within him. His demand should be, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for the divine design of my life to manifest. Let the genius within me now be released. Let me see clearly the perfect plan." The perfect plan includes health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. This is the square of life, which brings perfect happiness. When one has made this demand, he may find great changes taking place in his life, for nearly every man has wandered far from the divine design. I know in one woman's case, it was as though a cyclone had struck her affairs, but readjustments came quickly, and new and wonderful conditions took the place of old ones. Perfect self-expression will never be labor, but of such absorbing interest that it will seem almost like play. The student knows also, as man comes into the world financed by God, the supply needed for his perfect self-expression will be at hand. Many a genius has struggled for years with the problem of supply, when his spoken word and faith would have released quickly the necessary funds. For example, after the class one day, a man came to me and handed me a cent. He said, "I have just 7 cents in the world, and I'm going to give you 1, where I have faith in the power of your spoken word. I want you to speak the word for my perfect self-expression and prosperity." I spoke the word and did not see him again until a year later. He came in one day, successful and happy, with a roll of yellow bills in a pocket. He said, "Immediately after you spoke the word, I had a position offered me in a distant city, and am now demonstrating health." Supply. A woman's self-expression may be in becoming a perfect wife, a perfect mother, a perfect homemaker, and not necessarily in having a public career. Demand definite leads, and the way will be made easy and successful. One should not visualize or force a mental picture. When he demands the divine design to come into his conscious mind, he will receive flashes of inspiration and begin to see himself making some great accomplishment. This is the picture or idea he must hold without wavering. The thing man seeks is seeking him. The telephone was seeking Bell. Parents should never force careers and professions upon their children. With a knowledge of spiritual truth, the divine plan could be spoken for early in childhood or prenatally. A prenatal treatment should be, let the God in this child have perfect self-expression. Let the divine design of his mind, body, and affairs be made manifest throughout his life, throughout eternity. God's will be done, not man's. God's pattern, not man's pattern, is the command we find running through all the scriptures, and the Bible is a book dealing with the science of the mind. It is a book telling man how to release his soul or subconscious mind from bondage. The battles described are pictures of man waging war against mortal thoughts. A man's foes shall be they of his own household. Every man is Jehoshaphat, and every man is David, who slays Goliath, mortal thinking, with the little white stone, faith. So man must be careful that he is not the wicked and slothful servant who buried his talent. There is a terrible penalty to be paid for not using one's ability. Often, fear stands between man and his perfect self-expression. Stage fright has hampered many a genius. This may be overcome by the spoken word or treatment. The individual then loses all self-consciousness and feels simply that he is a channel for infinite intelligence to express itself through. He is under direct inspiration, fearless and confident, for he feels that it is the Father within who does the work. A young boy came often to my class with his mother. He asked me to speak the word for his coming examinations at school. I told him to make the statement, "I am one with infinite intelligence. I know everything I should know on this subject." He had an excellent knowledge of history, but was not sure of his arithmetic. I saw him afterwards, and he said, "I spoke the word for my arithmetic and passed with the highest honors, but I thought I could depend upon myself for history and got a very poor mark." Man often receives a setback when he is too sure of himself, which means he is trusting to his personality and not the Father within. Another of my students gave me an example of this. She took an extended trip abroad one summer, visiting many countries, where she was ignorant of the languages. She was calling for guidance and protection every minute, and her affairs went smoothly and miraculously. Her luggage was never delayed nor lost. Accommodations were always ready for her at the best hotels, and she had perfect service wherever she went. She returned to New York. Knowing the language, she felt God was no longer necessary, so looked after her affairs in an ordinary manner. Everything went wrong. Her trunks delayed, amid inharmony and confusion. The student must form the habit of practicing the presence of God every minute. In all thy ways acknowledge him. Nothing is too small or too great. Sometimes an insignificant incident may be the turning point in a man's life. Robert Fulton, watching some boiling water simmering in a tea kettle, saw a steamboat. I have seen a student often keep back his demonstration through resistance or pointing the way. He pins his faith to one channel only and dictates just the way he desires the manifestation to come, which brings things to a standstill. My way, not your way, is the command of infinite intelligence. Like all power, be it steam or electricity, it must have a non-resistant engine or instrument to work through, and man is that engine or instrument. Over and over again, man is told to stand still. O Judah, fear not, but tomorrow go out against them, for the Lord will be with you. You shall not need to fight this battle. Set yourselves, stand ye still, and see the salvation of the Lord with you. We see this in the incidents of the $2,000 coming to the woman through the landlord when she became non-resistant and undisturbed, and the woman who won the man's love after all suffering had ceased. The student's goal is poise. Poise is power, for it gives God power a chance to rush through man, to will and to do its good pleasure. Poised, he thinks clearly and makes right decisions quickly. He never misses a trick. Anger blurs the visions, poisons the blood, is the root of many diseases, and causes wrong decision, leading to failure. It has been named one of the worst sins, as its reaction is so harmful. The student learns that in metaphysics, sin has a much broader meaning than in the old teaching. Whatsoever is not of faith is sin. He finds that fear and worry are deadly sins. They are inverted faith, and through distorted mental pictures bring to pass the thing he fears. His work is to drive out these enemies from the subconscious mind. When man is fearless, he is finished. Maeterlinck says that man is God afraid. So, as we read in the previous chapters, man can only vanquish fear by walking up to the thing he is afraid of. When Jehoshaphat and his army prepared to meet the enemy, singing, "Praise the Lord, for his mercy endureth forever," they found their enemies had destroyed each other, and there was nothing to fight. For example, a woman asked a friend to deliver a message to another friend. The woman feared to give the message, as the reasoning mind said, "Don't get mixed up in this affair. Don't give that message." She was troubled in spirit, for she had given her promise. At last she determined to walk up to the lion and call on the law of divine protection. She met the friend to whom she was to deliver the message. She opened her mouth to speak it when her friend said, "So-and-so has left town." This made it unnecessary to give the message, as the situation depended upon the person being in town. As she was willing to do it, she was not obliged to. As she did not fear, the situation vanished. The student often delays his demonstration through a belief in incompletion. He should make this statement: "In divine mind, there is only completion. Therefore, my demonstration is completed. My perfect word, my perfect home, my perfect health." Whatever he demands are perfect ideas registered in divine mind and must manifest under grace in a perfect way. He gives thanks he has already received on the invisible and makes active preparation for receiving on the visible. One of my students was in need of a financial demonstration. She came to me and asked why it was not completed. I replied, "Perhaps you are in the habit of leaving things unfinished, and the subconscious has gotten into the habit of not completing. As the without, so the within." She said, "You are right. I often begin things and never finish them. I'll go home and finish something I commenced weeks ago, and I know it will be symbolic of my demonstration." So she sewed assiduously, and the article was soon completed. Shortly thereafter, the money came in a most curious manner. Her husband was paid his salary twice that month. He told the people of their mistake, and they sent word to keep it. One man asks, believing he must receive, for God creates his own channels. I have been sometimes asked, suppose one has several talents, how is he to know which one to choose? Demand to be shown definitely. Say, "Infinite Spirit, give me a definite lead. Reveal to me my perfect self-expression. Show which talent I am to make use of now." I have known people to suddenly enter a new line of work and be fully equipped with little to no training, so make the statement, "I am fully equipped for the divine plan of my life," and be fearless in grasping opportunities. Some people are cheerful givers, but bad receivers. They refuse gifts through pride or some negative reason, thereby blocking their channels, and invariably find themselves eventually with little or nothing. For example, a woman who had given away a great deal of money had a gift offered her of several $1,000s. She refused to take it, saying she did not need it. Shortly thereafter, her finances were tied up, and she found herself in debt for that amount. Man should receive gracefully the bread returning to him upon the water. Freely ye have given, freely ye shall receive. There is always the perfect balance of giving and receiving, and though man should give without thinking of returns, he violates law if he does not accept the returns which come to him, for all gifts are from God, man being merely the channel. A thought of lack should never be held over the giver. For example, when the man gave me 1 cent, I did not say, "Poor man, he cannot afford to give me that." I saw him rich and prosperous with his supply pouring in. It was this thought which brought it. If one has been a bad receiver, he must become a good one, and take even a postage stamp if it is given him, and open up his channels for receiving. The Lord loveth a cheerful receiver, as well as a cheerful giver. I have often been asked why one man is born rich and healthy, and another poor and sick. Where there is an effect, there is always a cause. There is no such thing as chance. This question is answered through the law of reincarnation. Man goes through many births and deaths until he knows the truth which sets him free. He is drawn back to the earth plane through unsatisfied desire, to pay his karmic debts or to fulfill his destiny. The man born rich and healthy has had pictures in his subconscious mind, in his past life, of health and riches, and the poor and sick man of disease and poverty. Man manifests, on any plane, the sum total of his subconscious beliefs. However, birth and death are man-made laws, for the wages of sin is death. The Adamic fall in consciousness through the belief in 2 powers. The real man, spiritual man, is birthless and deathless. He was never born and has never died. As he was in the beginning, he is now and shall ever be. So through the truth, man is set free from the law of karma, sin, and death. manifests a man made in his image and likeness. Man's freedom comes through fulfilling his destiny, bringing into manifestation the divine design of his life. His Lord will say unto him, Well done, thou good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things. I will make thee ruler over many things, death itself. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord, eternal life. End of chapter 9. Recording by Amy Conger. Chapter 10 of The Game of Life and How to Play It. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shen. Chapter 10, Denials and Affirmations. Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. All the good that is to be made manifest in man's life is already an accomplished fact in divine mind, and is released through man's recognition or spoken word. So he must be careful to decree that only the divine idea be made manifest, for often he decrees through his idle words failure or misfortune. It is therefore of the utmost importance to word one's demands correctly, as stated in a previous chapter. If one desires a home, friend, position, or any other good thing, make the demand for the divine selection. For example, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right home, my right friends, my right position. I give thanks that it now manifests under grace in a perfect way. The latter part of the statement is most important. For example, I knew a woman who demanded $1,000. Her daughter was injured, and they received $1,000 indemnity, so it did not come in a perfect way. The demand should have been worded in this way. Infinite Spirit, I give thanks that the $1,000, which is mine by divine right, is now released and reaches me under grace in a perfect way. As one grows in a financial consciousness, he should demand that the enormous sums of money, which are his by divine right, reach him under grace in perfect ways. It is impossible for man to release more than he thinks is possible, for one is bound by the limited expectancies of the subconscious. He must enlarge his expectancies in order to receive in a larger way. Man so often limits himself in his demands. For example, a student made the demands for $600 by a certain date. He did receive it, but heard afterwards that he came very near receiving $1,000, but he was given just $600 as a result of his spoken word. They limited the Holy One of Israel. Wealth is a matter of consciousness. The French have a legend giving an example of this. A poor man was walking along a road when he met a traveler, who stopped him and said, My good friend, I see that you are poor. Take this gold nugget, sell it, and you will be rich all your days. The man was overjoyed at his good fortune and took the nugget home. He immediately found work and became so prosperous that he did not sell the nugget. Years passed, and he became a very rich man. One day he met a poor man on the road. He stopped him and said, My good friend, I will give you this gold nugget, which, if you sell, will make you rich for life. The mendicant took the nugget, had it valued, and found it was only brass. So we see, the first man became rich through feeling rich, thinking the nugget was gold. Every man has within him a gold nugget. It is his consciousness of gold, of opulence, which brings riches into his life. In making his demands, man begins at his journey's end. That is, he declares he has already received. Before ye call, I shall answer. Continually affirming establishes a belief in the subconscious. It would not be necessary to make an affirmation more than once if one had perfect faith. One should not plead or supplicate, but give thanks repeatedly that he has received. The desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose. This rejoicing, which is yet in the desert state of consciousness, opens the way for release. The Lord's Prayer is in the form of command and demand. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And ends in praise. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Concerning the works of my hands, command ye me. So prayer is command and demand, praise and thanksgiving. The student's work is in making himself believe that with God all things are possible. This is easy enough to state in the abstract, but a little more difficult when confronted with a problem. For example, it was necessary for a woman to demonstrate a large sum of money within a stated time. She knew she must do something to get a realization, for realization is manifestation, and she demanded a lead. She was walking through a department store when she saw a very beautiful pink enamel paper cutter. She felt the pull towards it. The thought came, I haven't a paper cutter good enough to open letters containing large checks. So she bought the paper cutter, which the reasoning mind would have called an extravagance. When she held it in her hand, she had a flash of a picture of herself opening an envelope containing a large check, and within a few weeks she received the money. The pink paper cutter was her bridge of active faith. Many stories are told of the power of the subconscious when directed in faith. For example, a man was spending the night in a farmhouse. The windows of the room had been nailed down, and in the middle of the night he felt suffocated and made his way in the dark to the window. He could not open it, so he smashed the pane with his fist, drew in drafts of fine fresh air, and had a wonderful night's sleep. The next morning, he found he had smashed the glass of a bookcase, and the window had remained closed during the whole night. He had supplied himself with oxygen simply by his thought of oxygen. When a student starts out to demonstrate, he should never turn back. Let not that man who wavers think that he shall receive anything of the Lord. A student once made this wonderful statement. When I ask the Father for anything, I put my foot down and I say, Father, I'll take nothing less than I've asked for, but more. So man should never compromise. Having done all, stand. This is sometimes the most difficult time of demonstrating. The temptation comes to give up, to turn back, to compromise. He also serves who only stands and waits. Demonstrations often come at the 11th hour because man then lets go, that is, stops reasoning, and infinite intelligence has a chance to work. Man's dreary desires are answered drearily, and his impatient desires long delayed or violently fulfilled. For example, a woman asked me why it was she was constantly losing or breaking her glasses. We found she often said to herself and others with vexation, I wish I could get rid of my glasses. So her impatient desire was violently fulfilled. What she should have demanded was perfect eyesight, but what she registered in the subconscious was simply the impatient desire to be rid of her glasses, so they were continually being broken or lost. Two attitudes of mind cause loss. Depreciation, as in the case of the woman who did not appreciate her husband, or fear of loss, which makes a picture of loss in the subconscious. When a student is able to let go of his problem, cast his burden, he will have instantaneous manifestation. For example, a woman was out during a very stormy day, and her umbrella was blown inside out. She was about to make a call on some people whom she had never met, and she did not wish to make her first appearance with a dilapidated umbrella. She could not throw it away, as it did not belong to her. So in desperation, she exclaimed, "Oh God, you take charge of this umbrella. I don't know what to do." A moment later, a voice behind her said, "Lady, do you want your umbrella mended?" There stood an umbrella mender. She replied, "Indeed I do." The man mended the umbrella while she went into the house to pay her call, and when she returned, she had a good umbrella. So there is always an umbrella mender at hand on man's pathway when one puts the umbrella or situation in God's hands. One should always follow a denial with an affirmation. For example, I was called on the phone late one night to treat a man whom I had never seen. He was apparently very ill. I made the statement, "I deny the appearance of disease. It is unreal. Therefore, cannot register in his consciousness. This man is a perfect idea in divine mind, pure substance expressing perfection. There is no time or space in divine mind. Therefore, the word reaches instantly its destination and does not return void. I have treated patients in Europe and have found that the result was instantaneous. I am asked so often the difference between visualizing and visioning. Visualizing is a mental process governed by the reasoning or conscious mind. Visioning is a spiritual process governed by intuition or the superconscious mind. The student should train his mind to receive these flashes of inspiration and work out the divine pictures through definite leads. When a man can say, "I desire only that which God desires for me," his false desires fade from the consciousness, and a new set of blueprints is given him by the master architect, the God within. God's plan for each man transcends the limitation of the reasoning mind and is always the square of life, containing health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. Many a man is building for himself in imagination a bungalow when he should be building a palace. If a student tries to force a demonstration through the reasoning mind, he brings it to a standstill. "I will hasten it," saith the Lord. He should act only through intuition or definite leads. Rest in the Lord and wait patiently. Trust also in Him, and He will bring it to pass. I have seen the law work in the most astonishing manner. For example, a student stated that it was necessary for her to have $100 by the following day. It was a debt of vital importance which had to be met. I spoke the word, declaring Spirit was never too late, and that the supply was at hand. That evening she phoned me of the miracle. She said that the thought came to her to go to her safety deposit box at the bank to examine some papers. She looked over the papers, and at the bottom of the box was a new $100 bill. She was astounded, and she said she knew she had never put it there, for she had gone through the papers many times. It may have been a materialization, as Jesus Christ materialized the loaves and fishes. Man will reach the stage where his word is made flesh, or materialized instantly. The fields, ripe with the harvest, will manifest immediately, as in all of the miracles of Jesus Christ. There is a tremendous power alone in the name Jesus Christ. It stands for truth made manifest. He said, "Whatsoever ye ask the Father in my name, He will give it to you." The power of this name raises the student into the fourth dimension, where he is freed from all astral and psychic influences, and he becomes unconditioned and absolute as God Himself is. Unconditioned and absolute. I have seen many healings accomplished by using the words, "in the name of Jesus Christ." Christ was both person and principle, and the Christ within each man is his Redeemer and salvation. The Christ within is his own fourth-dimensional self, the man made in God's image and likeness. This is the self which has never failed, never known sickness or sorrow, was never born, and has never died. It is the resurrection and the life of each man. No man cometh to the Father save by the Son, means that God, the universal, working on the place of the particular, becomes the Christ in man. And the Holy Ghost means God in action. So daily, man is manifesting the Trinity of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost.
The Bible is.
Man should make an art of thinking. The master thinker is an artist and is careful to paint only the divine designs upon the canvas of his mind. And he paints these pictures with masterly strokes of power and decision, having perfect faith that there is no power to mar their perfection, and that they shall manifest in his life the ideal made real. All power is given man through right thinking to bring his heaven upon his earth, and this is the goal of the game of life. The simple rules are fearless faith, non-resistance, and love. May each reader be now freed from that thing which has held him in bondage through the ages, standing between him and his own, and know the truth which makes him free. Free to fulfill his destiny, to bring into manifestation the divine design of his life, health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. End of chapter 10. Recording by Amy Conger. Chapter 11 of The Game of Life and How to Play It. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shinn. Chapter 11, Denial and Affirmations. For prosperity. God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. For right conditions. Every plan my Father in heaven has not planned shall be dissolved and dissipated, and the divine idea now comes to pass. For right conditions. Only that which is true of God is true of me, for I and the Father are one. For faith. As I am one with God, I am one with my good, for God is both the giver and the gift. I cannot separate the giver from the gift. For right conditions. Divine love now dissolves and dissipates every wrong condition in my mind, body, and affairs. Divine love is the most powerful chemical in the universe and dissolves everything which is not of itself. For health. Divine love fills my consciousness with health, and every cell in my body is filled with light. For the eyesight. My eyes are God's eyes. I see with the eyes of spirit. I see clearly the open way. There are no obstacles on my pathway. I see clearly the perfect plan. For guidance. I am divinely sensitive to my intuitive leads, and give instant obedience to thy will. For the hearing. My ears are God's ears. I hear with the ears of spirit. I am non-resistant, and am willing to be led. I hear glad tidings of great joy. For right work. I have a perfect work in a perfect way. I give a perfect service for perfect pay. For freedom from all bondage. I cast this burden on the Christ within, and I go free. End of chapter 11. Recording by Amy Conger. End of The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shinn.
like God, loving myself. When I love myself, it returns back to myself. God is in people. When you love other people, their love returns back to you. The love of the land returns back to you.
Take exit 20. In a quarter mile, turn left onto US 491 North. Turn left onto US 491 North. Continue on US 491 North for half a mile. In 800 feet, turn right. Take the next right, then your destination will be on the right.
couple dollars to gas at... Which one? I got a... Where you at?
Okay, there we go. We're at 142.95. We're back. Yeah, you just gotta go on the thing and then pretty much you have to ask for a PIN number and confirm it. You're good to go. Case, so I don't know where you're at. Change. Alright, sure. There you go, sir. Have a good night. Yeah, he wants to stay behind. Alright, have a good night, sir. Yep.
Regular? $31.95.
We got 11.90. Got a 20, you need a receipt? Alright, we got 8 10 coming back.
Okay. Alright, that's big. Give me a bunch of pity.
Hello. What you get?
Let's see, you getting gas? And what pump are you at? Pump well, how much do you want? $8? Regular and let it?
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
I remember it. Got 248. Need a receipt for this?
You do the rewards program? No. Okay.
Alright, here. You have a good night. You too.
You got it. Thank you.
River? Yes. Rewards tag?
Thank you. Now, we do the
27.49.
got room for $1.50? $1.50 left and stop. Yeah? There you go. Sure. That's something we're doing to the job. That 80, 20 cents more. There you go. We got it. Awesome. Alright, so we don't waste a drop. Thank you. Alright, yeah. Hey, Merry Christmas. Hey.
Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shinn. Chapter 1, The Game. Most people consider life a battle, but it is not a battle, it is a game. It is a game, however, which cannot be played successfully without the knowledge of spiritual law. And the Old and the New Testaments give the rules of the game with wonderful clearness. Jesus Christ taught that it was a great game of giving and receiving. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. This means that whatever man sends out in word or deed will return to him. What he gives, he will receive. If he gives hate, he will receive hate. If he gives love, he will receive love. If he gives criticism, he will receive criticism. If he lies, he will be lied to. If he cheats, he will be cheated. We are taught also that the imaging faculty plays a leading part in the game of life. Keep thy heart, or imagination, with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Proverbs 4:23. This means that what man images sooner or later externalizes in his affairs. I know of a man who feared a certain disease. It was a very rare disease and difficult to get, but he pictured it continually and read about it until it manifested in his body and he died, the victim of distorted imagination. So we see, to play successfully the game of life, we must train the imaging faculty. A person with an imaging faculty trained to image only good brings into his life every righteous desire of his heart. Health, wealth, love, friends, perfect self-expression, his highest ideals. The imagination has been called the scissors of the mind, and it is ever cutting day by
pictures man sees there, and sooner or later he meets his own creations in his outer world. To train the imagination successfully, man must understand the workings of his mind. The Greeks said, "Know thyself." There are 3 departments of the mind: the subconscious, conscious, and superconscious. The subconscious is simply power without direction. It is like steam or electricity, and it does what it is directed to. It has no power of induction. Whatever man feels deeply or images clearly is impressed upon the subconscious mind and carried out in minutest detail. For example, a woman I know, when a child, always made believe she was a widow. She dressed up in black clothes and wore a long black veil, and people thought she was very clever and amusing. She grew up and married a man with whom she was deeply in love. In a short time he died, and she wore black and a sweeping veil for many years. The picture of herself as a widow was so impressed upon the subconscious mind, and in due time worked itself out regardless of the havoc created. The conscious mind has been called mortal or carnal mind. It is the human mind and sees life as it appears to be. It sees death, disaster, sickness, poverty, and limitation of every kind, and it impresses the subconscious. The superconscious mind is the God mind within each man and is the realm of perfect ideas. In it is the perfect pattern spoken of by Plato, the divine design, for there is a divine design for each person. There is a place that you are to fill and no one else can fill, something you are to do which no one else can do. There is a perfect picture of this in the superconscious mind. It usually flashes across the conscious as an unattainable ideal, something too good to be true. In reality, it is man's true destiny or destination flashed to him from the infinite intelligence which is within himself. Many people, however, are in ignorance of their true destinies and are striving for things and situations which do not belong to them and would only bring failure and dissatisfaction if attained. For example, a woman came to me and asked me to speak the word that she would marry a certain man with whom she was very much in love. She called him A.B. I replied that this would be a violation of spiritual law, but that I would speak the word for the right man, the divine selection, the man who belonged to her by divine right. I added, if A.B. is the right man, you can
head east toward West Jefferson Avenue.
You will receive his equivalent. She saw A.B. frequently, but no headway was made in their friendship. One evening she called and said, "Do you know, for the last week, A.B. hasn't seemed so wonderful to me." I replied, "Maybe he is not the divine selection. Another man may be the right one." Soon after that, she met another man who fell in love with her at once and who said she was his ideal. In fact, he said all the things that she had always wished A.B. would say to her. She remarked, it was quite uncanny. She soon returned to his love and lost all interest in A.B. This shows the law of substitution. A right idea was substituted for a wrong one. Therefore, there was no loss or sacrifice involved. Jesus Christ said, "Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you." And he said the kingdom was within man. The kingdom is the realm of right ideas, or the divine pattern. Jesus Christ taught that man's words played a leading part in the...
Take the next right onto West Jefferson Avenue, then turn right onto North 9th Street.
You are condemned. Many people have brought disaster into their lives through idle words. For example, a woman once asked me why her life was now one of poverty, of limitation. Formerly she had a home, was surrounded by beautiful things, and had plenty of money. We found she had often tired of the management of her home and had said repeatedly, "I'm sick and tired of things. I wish I lived in a trunk." And she added, "Today, I'm living in that trunk." She had spoken herself into a trunk. The subconscious mind has no sense of humor, and people often joke themselves into unhappy experiences. For example, a woman who had a great deal of money joked continually about getting ready for the poorhouse. In a few years, she was almost destitute, having impressed the subconscious mind with a picture of lack and limitation. Fortunately, the law works both ways, and a situation of lack may be changed to one of plenty. For example, a woman came to me one hot summer's day for a treatment for prosperity. She was worn out, dejected, and discouraged. She said she possessed just $8 in the world. I said, "Good. We'll bless the $8 and multiply them as Jesus Christ multiplied the loaves and the fishes." For he taught that every man had the power to bless and to multiply, to heal and to prosper. She said, "What shall I do next?" I replied, "Follow intuition. Have you a hunch to do anything or to go anywhere?" Intuition means intuition, or to be taught from within. It is man's unerring guide, and I will deal more fully with its laws in a following chapter. The woman replied, "I don't know. I seem to have a hunch to go home. I've just enough money for car fare." Her home was in a distant city and was one of lack and limitation, and the reasoning mind, or intellect, would have said, "Stay in New York and get work and make some money." I replied, "Then go home. Never violate a hunch." I spoke the following words for her. "Infinite Spirit, open the way for great abundance for She is an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to her by divine right." I told her to repeat it continually also. She left for home immediately. In calling on a woman one day, she linked up with an old friend of her family. Through this friend, she received thousands of dollars in a most miraculous way. She has said to me often, "Tell people about the woman who came to you with $8 and a hunch." There is always plenty on man's pathway, but it can only be brought into manifestation through desire, faith, or the spoken word. Jesus Christ brought out clearly that man must make the first move. Ask, and it shall be given to you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Matthew 7:7. In the scriptures we read, "Concerning the works of my hands, command ye me." Infinite intelligence, God, is ever ready to carry out man's smallest or greatest demands. Every desire, uttered or unexpressed, is a demand. We are often startled by having a wish suddenly fulfilled. For example, one Easter, having seen many beautiful rose trees in the florist's windows, I wished I would receive one, and for an instant saw it mentally being carried in the door. Easter came, and with it a beautiful rose tree. I thanked my friend the following day and told her it was just what I had wanted. She replied, "I didn't send you a rose tree. I sent you lilies." The man had mixed the order and sent me a rose tree simply because I had started the law in action and I had to have a rose tree. Nothing stands between man and his highest ideals and every desire of his heart but doubt and fear. When man can wish without worrying, every desire will be instantly fulfilled. I will explain more fully in a following chapter the scientific reason for this and how fear must be erased from the consciousness. It is man's only enemy. Fear of lack, fear of failure, fear of sickness, fear of loss, and a feeling of insecurity on some plane. Jesus Christ said, "Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith?" Matthew 8:26. So we can see we must substitute faith for fear is only inverted faith. It is faith in evil evil instead of good. The object of the game of life is to see clearly one's good and to obliterate all mental pictures of evil. This must be done by impressing the subconscious mind with the realization of good. A very brilliant man who has attained great success told me he had suddenly erased all fear from his consciousness by reading a sign which hung in a room. He saw printed in large letters this statement: "Why worry? It will probably never happen." These words were stamped indelibly upon his subconscious mind, and he now has a firm conviction that only good can come into his life, and therefore only good can manifest. In the following chapter, I will deal with the different methods of impressing the subconscious mind. It is man's faithful servant, but one must be careful to give it the right orders. Man has ever a silent listener at his side, his subconscious mind. Every thought, every word is impressed upon it and carried out in amazing detail. It is like a singer making a record on the sensitive disc of the phonographic plate. Every note and tone of the singer's voice is registered. If he coughs or hesitates, it is registered also. So let us break all the old bad records in the subconscious mind, the records of our lives which we do not wish to keep, and make new and beautiful ones. Speak these words aloud with power and conviction. I now smash and demolish by my spoken word every untrue record in my subconscious mind. They shall return to the dust heap of their native nothingness, for they came from my own vain imaginings. I now make my perfect records through the Christ within, the records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. This is the square of life, the game completed. In the following chapters, I will show how man can change his conditions by changing his words. Any man who does not know the power of the word is behind the times. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. Proverbs 18:21. End of chapter 1. Recording by Amy Conger. Chapter 2 of The Game of Life and How to Play It. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shinn. Chapter 2, The Law of Prosperity. Yea, the Almighty shall be thy defense, and thou shalt have plenty of silver. One of the greatest messages given to the race through the scriptures is that God is man's supply, and that man can release through his spoken word all that belongs to him by divine right. He must, however, have perfect faith in his spoken word. Isaiah said, "My word shall not return unto me void, but shall accomplish that whereunto it is sent." We know now that words and thoughts are a tremendous vibratory force, ever molding man's body and affairs. A woman came to me in great distress and said she was to be sued on the 15th of the month for $3,000. She knew no way of getting the money and was in despair. I told her that God was her supply and that there is a supply for every demand. So I spoke the word. I gave thanks that the woman would receive $3,000 at the right time in the right way. I told her she must have perfect faith and act her perfect faith. The 15th came, but no money had materialized. She called me on the phone and asked what she was to do. I replied, "It is Saturday, so they won't sue you today. Your part is to act rich, thereby showing perfect faith that you will receive it by Monday." She asked me to lunch with her to keep her courage. When I joined her at a restaurant, I said, "This is no time to economize. Order an expensive luncheon and act as if you have already all things whatsoever ye ask in prayer, believing ye shall receive. You must act as if you had already received. The next morning she called me on the phone and asked me to stay with her during the day. I said, no, you are divinely protected and God is never too late. In the evening she phoned again, greatly excited, and said, my dear, a miracle has happened. I was sitting in my room this morning when the doorbell rang. I said to the maid, don't let anyone in. The maid, however, looked out the window and said, it's your cousin with the long white beard. So I said, call him back. I would like to see him. And he was just turning the corner when he heard the maid's voice, and he came back. He talked for about an hour, and just as he was leaving, he said, oh, by the way, how are finances? I told him I needed the money, and he said, why, my dear, I will give you $3,000 the first of the month. I didn't like to tell him that I was going to be sued. What shall I do? I won't receive it till the first of the month, and I must have it tomorrow. I said, I'll keep on treating. I said, Spirit is never too late. I give thanks that she has received the money on the invisible plane and that it manifests on time. The next morning, her cousin called her up and said, come to my office this morning, and I will give you the money. That afternoon, she had $3,000 to her credit in the bank and wrote checks as rapidly as her excitement would permit. If one asks for success and prepares for failure, he will get the situation he has prepared for. For example, a man came to me asking me to speak the word that a certain debt would be wiped out. I found he spent his time planning what he would say to the man when he did not pay his bill, therefore neutralizing my words. He should have seen himself paying the debt. We have a wonderful illustration of this in the Bible, relating to the 3 kings who were in the desert, without water for their men and horses. They consulted the prophet Elisha, who gave them this astonishing message. Thus saith the Lord, ye shall not see wind, neither shall ye see rain, yet make this valley full of ditches. Man must prepare for the thing he has asked for when there isn't the slightest sign of it in sight. For example, a woman found it necessary to look for an apartment during the year when there was a great shortage of apartments in New York. It was considered almost an impossibility, and her friends were sorry for her and said, isn't it too bad? You'll have to store your furniture and live in a hotel. She replied, you needn't feel sorry for me. I'm a Superman, and I'll get an apartment. She spoke the words, Infinite Spirit, open the way for the right apartment. She knew there was a supply for every demand, and that she was unconditioned, working on the spiritual plane, and that one with God is a majority. She had contemplated buying new blankets when the tempter, the adverse thought or reasoning mind, suggested, don't buy the blankets. Perhaps, after all, you won't get an apartment and you will have no use for them. Promptly, she replied to herself, I'll dig my ditches by buying the blankets. So she prepared for the apartment, acted as though she already had it. She found one in a miraculous way, and it was given to her although there were over 200 other applicants. The blankets showed active faith. It is needless to say that the ditches dug by the 3 kings in the desert were filled to overflowing. Read 2 Kings. Getting into the spiritual swing of things is no easy matter for the average person. The adverse thoughts of doubt and fear surge from the subconscious. They are the army of the aliens, which must be put to flight. This explains why it is so often darkest before the dawn. A big demonstration is usually preceded by tormenting thoughts. Having made a statement of high spiritual truth, one challenges the old beliefs in the subconscious, and error is exposed to be put out. This is the time when one must make his affirmations of truth repeatedly and rejoice and give thanks that he has already received. Before ye call, I shall answer. This means that every good and perfect gift is already man's, awaiting his recognition. Man can only receive what he sees himself receiving. The children of Israel were told that they could have all the land they could see. This is true of every man. He has only the land within his own mental vision. Every great work, every big accomplishment has been brought into manifestation through holding to the vision. And often, just before the big achievement, comes apparent failure and discouragement. The children of Israel, when they reached the promised land, were afraid to go in, for they said it was filled with giants who made them feel like grasshoppers. And there we saw the giants, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. This is almost every man's experience. However, the one who knows spiritual law is undisturbed by appearance and rejoices while he is yet in captivity. That is, he holds to his vision and gives thanks that the end is accomplished. He has received. Jesus Christ gave a wonderful example of this. He said to his disciples, "Say not ye, there are yet 4 months, and then cometh the harvest? Behold, I say unto you, lift up your eyes, and look on the fields, for they are ripe already to harvest." His clear vision pierced the world of matter, and he saw clearly the fourth-dimensional world, things as they really are, perfect and complete in divine mind. So, man must ever hold the vision of his journey's end and demand the manifestation of that which he has already received. It may be his perfect health, love, supply, self-expression, home, or friends. They are all finished and perfect ideas registered in divine mind, man's own superconscious mind, and must come through him, not to him. For example, a man came to me asking for treatments for success. It was his imperative that he raise within a certain time $50,000 for his business. The time limit was almost up when he came to see me in despair. No one wanted to invest in his enterprise, and the bank had flatly refused a loan. I replied, "I suppose you lost your temper while at the bank, therefore your power. You can control any situation if you first control yourself. Go back to the bank," I added, "and I will treat." My treatment was, "You are identified in love with the spirit of everyone connected with the bank. Let the divine idea come out of this situation." He replied, "Woman, you are talking about an impossibility. Tomorrow is Saturday. The bank closes at 12, and my train won't get me there until 10, and the time limit is up tomorrow, and anyway they won't do it. It's too late." I replied, "God doesn't need any time and is never too late. With him, all things are possible." I added, "I don't know anything about business, but I know all about God." He replied, "It all sounds fine when I sit here listening to you, but when I go out, it's terrible." He lived in a distant city, and I did not hear from him for a week. Then came a letter. It read, "You were right. I raised the money, and I will never again doubt the truth of all that you have told me." I saw him a few weeks later, and I said, "What happened? You evidently had plenty of time after all." He replied, "My train was late, and I got there just 15 minutes to 12. I walked into the bank quietly, and I said, 'I have come for the loan.' And they gave it to me without a question." It was the last 15 minutes of the time allotted to him, and Infinite Spirit was not too late. In this instance, the man could never have demonstrated alone. He needed someone to help him hold the vision. This is what one man can do for another. Jesus Christ knew the truth of this when he said, "If two of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven." One gets too close to his own affairs and becomes doubtful and fearful. The friend or healer sees clearly the success, health, or prosperity and never wavers because he is not close to the situation. It is much easier to demonstrate for someone else than for oneself, so a person should not hesitate to ask for help if he feels himself wavering. A keen observer of life once said, "No man can fail if some one person sees him successful." Such is the power of the vision, and many a great man has owed his success to a wife or a sister or a friend who believed in him and held without wavering to the perfect pattern. End of chapter 2. Recording by Amy Conger. Chapter 3 of The Game of Life and How to Play It. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shinn. Chapter 3, The Power of the Word. By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. A person knowing the power of the word becomes very careful of his conversation. He has only to watch the reaction of his words to know that they do not return void. Through his spoken word, man is continually making laws for himself. I knew a man who said, "I always miss a car. It invariably pulls out just as I arrive." His daughter said, "I always catch a car. It's sure to come just as I get there." This occurred for years. Each had made a separate law for himself, one of failure, one of success. This is the psychology of superstitions. The horseshoe, or rabbit's foot, contains no power, but man's spoken word and belief that it will bring him good luck creates expectancy in the subconscious mind and attracts a lucky situation. I find, however, this will not work when a man has advanced spiritually and knows a higher law. One cannot turn back, and one must put away graven images. For example, 2 men in my class had had great success in business for several months, when suddenly everything went to smash. We tried to analyze the situation, and I found, instead of making their affirmations and looking to God for success and prosperity, they had each bought a lucky monkey. And I said, "Oh, I see. You have been trusting in the lucky monkeys instead of God. Put away the lucky monkeys and call on the law of forgiveness, for man has power to forgive or neutralize his mistakes." They decided to throw the lucky monkeys down a coal hole, and all went well again. This does not mean, however, that one should throw away every lucky ornament or horseshoe about the house, but he must recognize that the power back of it is the one and only power, God, and that the object simply gives him a feeling of expectancy. I was with a friend one day who was in deep despair. In crossing the street, she picked up a horseshoe. Immediately, she was filled with joy and hope. She said God had sent her the horseshoe in order to keep up her courage. It was indeed, at that moment, about the only thing that could have registered in her consciousness. Her hope became faith, and she ultimately made a wonderful demonstration. I wish to make the point clear that the men previously mentioned they were depending on the monkeys alone, while this woman recognized the power back of the horseshoe. I know in my own case it took a long while to get out of a belief that a certain thing brought disappointment. If the thing happened, disappointment invariably followed. I found the only way I could make a change in the subconscious was by asserting, there are not 2 powers, there is only one power, God. Therefore, there are no disappointments, and this means a happy surprise. I noticed a change at once, and happy surprises commenced coming my are giving into a belief in two powers, good and evil, instead of one. As God is absolute, there can be no opposing power unless man makes the false of evil for himself. To show you believe in only one power, God, and that there is no power or reality in evil, walk under the next ladder you see. Soon after, she went to her bank. She wished to open her box in the safety deposit vault, and there stood a ladder on her pathway. It was impossible to reach the box without passing under the ladder. She quailed with fear and turned back. She could not face the lion on her pathway. However, when she reached the street, my words rang in her ears, and she decided to turn and walk under it. It was a big moment in her life, for ladders had held her in bondage for years. She retraced her steps to the vault, and the ladder was no longer there. This so often happens. If one is willing to do a thing that he is afraid to do, he does not have to. It is the law of non-resistance, which is so little understood. Someone has said that courage contains genius and magic. Face a situation fearlessly, and there is no situation to face. It falls away of its own weight. The explanation is that fear attracted the ladder on the woman's pathway, and fearlessness removed it. Thus, the invisible forces are ever working for the man who is always pulling the strings himself, though he does not know it. Owing to the vibratory power of words, whatever man voices, he begins to attract. People who continually speak of disease invariably attract it. After man knows the truth, he cannot be too careful of his words. For example, I have a friend who often says on the phone, "Do come to see me and have a fine old-fashioned chat." This old-fashioned chat means an hour of about 500 to 1,000 destructive words, the principal topics being loss, lack, failure, and sickness. I reply, "No, thank you. I've had enough old-fashioned chats in my life. They are too expensive, but I will be glad to have a new-fashioned chat and talk about what we want, not what we don't want." There is an old saying that man only dares to use his words for three purposes: to heal, bless, or prosper. What man says of others will be said of him, and what he wishes for another he is wishing for himself. Curses like chickens come home to roost. If a man wishes someone bad luck, he is sure to attract bad luck himself. If he wishes to aid someone to success, he is wishing and aiding himself to success. The body may be renewed and transformed through the spoken word and clear vision, and disease be completely wiped out of the consciousness. The metaphysician knows that all disease has a mental correspondence, and in order to heal the body, one must first heal the soul. The soul is the subconscious mind, and it must be saved from wrong thinking. In the 23rd Psalm we read, "He restoreth my soul." This means that the subconscious mind or soul must be restored with the right ideas, and the mystical marriage is the marriage of the soul and spirit, or the subconscious and superconscious mind. They must be one. When the subconscious is flooded with the perfect ideas of the superconscious, God and man are one. I and the Father are one. That is, he is one with the realm of perfect ideas. He is the man made in God's likeness and imagination, and is given power and dominion over all created things, his mind, body, and affairs. It is safe to say that all sickness and unhappiness come from the violation of the law of love. A new commandment I give unto you, love one another. And in the game of life, love or goodwill takes every trick. For example, a woman I know had, for years, an appearance of a terrible skin disease. The doctors told her it was incurable, and she was in despair. She was on the stage, and she feared she would soon have to give up her profession, and she had no other means of support. She, however, procured a good engagement and on the opening night made a great hit. She received flattering notices from the critics and was joyful and elated. The next day she received a notice of dismissal. A man in the cast had been jealous of her success and had caused her to be sent away. She felt hatred and resentment taking complete possession of her, and she cried out, "Oh God, don't let me hate that man." That night she worked for hours in the silence. She said, "I soon came into very deep silence. I seemed to be at peace with myself, with the man, and with the whole world. I continued this for 2 following nights, and on the 3rd day, I found I was healed completely of the skin disease. In asking for love or goodwill, she had fulfilled the law, for love is the fulfilling of the law, and the disease, which came from the subconscious resentment, was wiped out. Continual criticism produces rheumatism, as critical, inharmonious thoughts cause unnatural deposits in the blood which settle in the joints. False growths are caused by jealousy, hatred, unforgiveness, fear, etc. Every disease is caused by a mind not at ease. I said once in my class, there is no use asking anyone, "What's the matter with you?" We might as well just say, "Who's the matter with you?" Unforgiveness is the most prolific cause of disease. It will harden arteries or liver and affect the eyesight. In its train are endless ills. I called on a woman one day who said she was ill from having eaten a poisoned oyster. I replied, "Oh no, the oyster was harmless. You poisoned the oyster. What's the matter with you?" She answered, "Oh, about 19 people. She had quarreled with 19 people and had become so inharmonious that she attracted the wrong oyster." Any inharmony on the external indicates there is mental inharmony. As the within, so the without. Man's only enemies are within himself, and a man's foes shall be they of his own household. Personality is one of the last enemies to be overcome, as this planet is taking its initiation in love. It was Christ's message, peace on earth, goodwill toward man. The enlightened man, therefore, endeavors to perfect himself upon his neighbor. His work is within himself, to send out goodwill and blessings to every man, and the marvelous thing is that if one blesses a man, he has no power to harm him. For example, a man came to me asking him to treat for success in business. He was selling machinery, and a rival appeared on the scene with what he proclaimed was a better machine, and my friend feared defeat. I said, "First of all, we must wipe out all fear, and know that God protects your interests, and that the divine idea must come out of the situation. That is, the right machine will be sold by the right man to the right man." And I added, "Don't hold one critical thought toward that man. Bless him all day and be willing not to sell your machine if it isn't the divine idea." So he went to the meeting, fearless and non-resistant, and blessing the other man. He said the outcome was very remarkable. The other man's machine refused to work, and he sold his without the slightest difficulty. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which spitefully use you and persecute you. Goodwill produces a great aura of protection about the one who sends it, and no weapon that is formed against him shall prosper. In other words, love and goodwill destroy the enemies within oneself. Therefore, one has no enemies on the external. There is peace on earth for him who sends goodwill to man. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Amy Conger. Chapter Chapter 4 of The Game of Life and How to Play It. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shinn. Chapter 4, The Law of Non-Resistance. Resist not evil. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Nothing on earth can resist an absolutely non-resistant person. The Chinese say that water is the most powerful element because it is perfectly non-resistant. It can wear away a rock and sweep away all before it. Jesus Christ said, "Resist not evil," for he knew in reality there is no evil, therefore nothing to resist. Evil has come of man's vain imagination, or a belief in two powers, good and evil. There is an old legend that Adam and Eve ate of Maya, the tree of illusion, and saw two powers instead of one power, God. Therefore, evil is a false law man has made for himself through psychoma, or soul sleep. Soul sleep means that man's soul has been hypnotized by the race belief of sin, sickness, and death, etc., which is carnal or mortal thought, and his affairs have outpictured his illusions. We have read in a preceding chapter that man's soul is his subconscious mind, and whatever he feels deeply, good or bad, is outpictured by that faithful servant. His body and affairs show forth what he has been picturing. The sick man has pictured sickness, the poor man poverty, the rich man wealth. Young people often say, "Why does a little child attract illness when it is too young to even know what it means?" I answer that children are sensitive and receptive to the thoughts of others about them, and often outpicture the fears of their parents. I heard a metaphysician once say, "If you do not run your subconscious mind yourself, someone else will run it for you." Mothers often, unconsciously, attract illness and disaster to their children by continually holding them in thoughts of fear and watching for symptoms. For example, a friend asked a woman if her little girl had had the measles. She replied promptly, "Not yet." This implied that she was expecting the illness and therefore preparing the way for what she did not want for herself and child. However, the man who is centered and established in his right thinking, the man who sends out only goodwill to his fellow man, and who is without fear, cannot be touched or influenced by the negative thoughts of others. In fact, he could then receive only good thoughts, as he himself sends forth only good thoughts. Resistance is hell, for it places man in a state of torment. A metaphysician once gave me a wonderful recipe for taking every trick in the game of life. It is the acme of non-resistance. He gave it in this way. At one time in my life, I baptized children, and of course they had many names. Now I no longer baptize. Force
I got to play. I'm a player in the sense of this game, but not in the literal way that we know it today. Hey, lowest diesel prices, what does that mean? It means that there's more in store for me, for you, for all. We got it all pulled up, gonna let it floor out. Yeah, hit the gas pedal to the floor now. I just got a I just got a new yeah, I know that I got more wheels beneath me than most see. Yeah, and I'm whipping around this country, whipping around, doing what I wanna, for whoever I wanna. I love so much, it hurts, that's a downer. Oh, yeah, I'ma be a positive motherfucker at all. Oh, yeah, bringing it all up, bringing it all up. Looking for the light in the darkness, all yo. How fast we going? 95? Nah, that's not a lie. That is where I was driving by. Blue Water 5. Whoa, 1/2 mile. I got style. I got groove. Breathe. And my mental dial. That means that I'm planting every food thought, every single food for thought. I know that I could have got. I know what I would have not. I do not have. I'm a fucking juggernaut. I'ma get it all unlocked, then I'll get it all unlocked. I'ma get it all unlocked, and then I'll get it all off top. Ooh, yeah. I could go with the flow. I don't gotta be complicated no more, no more. Yeah, I can get it overflow, yo. Yeah, that's what I do when I rap. Call it overflow. Whoa. What does that mean? It means that I got both, and you know what to do with, yo. I'ma drop it, I'ma show them how to stop it. Then I'll tell them that I got more intellectual deposits that I could have deposited, but I didn't. I'm just fucking around trying to show them my gimmick. But it ain't a gimmick, cause I keep it 100. Call me Sage Batter whenever I run a red light or green, I don't give a fuck. I go where I wanna. I'ma live it up. I'ma glorify the Lord. That's all I do if I can.
Looks like you lost another one.
Riding by the FedEx truck, got my way home. Let them tell me now. I know where I'm going, I know where I've been. I know that I thank the Lord for everything. I know where I wanna be, I know where I be. I know that He's everything, in everything. I'ma give thanks to the Lord. Thank Him for all that we have explored. All the way to Oakland, all the way to Menominee, where I was stoking those flames. Yeah, fuck writing notes, man. I was getting mine, writing my songs out. Hey, then I got the credit for it. I know that I'm indebted. That is for something worth it. I don't give a fuck. Come against me, loan sharks. I don't give a. Yeah, I know who you are. I can see you. I'ma spit my bars. I'ma spit them hard. I know who I'm gonna be. I know who I'll be. Thanks to the Lord, homie. Yeah, OG. Oh. Looking at the city ahead of me. I got 82 miles to be. Getting where I gotta end. I got less than a quarter tank. That means that I got about 80 miles of range. So I got the faith. I got the numbers unlocked. I know that I got what I take to be there a lot. Yeah. Call it a lot of faith in my testing, God, no way, because I got love in the way, love in the, got love in my name, got love in my name, yeah, oh, love in the name, yeah, Jesus, thank you all the way, hey, yeah, actresses. And an actress says, and the actress says, and an actress says, and an actress says, I heard an actress says, and then an actress says, he raps the biz, he raps the biz. And then an actress says, he raps the biz, and I fucks with it, and I say thanks, and then I move on with it, because I don't gotta get caught up on the things that don't help. I know who is, and I know the motivation can. Oh well, I guess that's it. I'm caught on it now because I'm talking again. Looping it back, rewriting what I worded, never taking it back, being thankful all deserved. Inhale, exhale, but I can't breathe. Too busy drinking lean to a high-speed crash. Spin it slow, sip it slow, make the turn fast. Devil in my head, trying to run gym laps. I don't wanna race, he don't even know me like that. I like what you said, I'm feeling righteous. Yuck. I know that the truth is hard to digest. 5 or 6 pills in my right hand. Codeine running over on my nightstand. Taking medicine to fix all of the damage. My anxiety the size of a planet. Holes in my skull. Over time my heart's over ice cold. I'm in too deep. Can't swim like me. I'm drowning underneath. Inhale, exhale, but I can't breathe. Busy drinking codeine to a high-speed crash. Spin it slow, sip it slow, make the turn fast. floor. I'ma get off. I'ma get off and then I'ma get off and I'ma get off and I'm never gonna let it off. I'ma get up and I'll get off. I'm never gonna let it up when I'll got all I got when I say what I say. I know who it is, I know. They eliminate anything that I gotta say. Yeah, I don't fuck with that anyway. Yo, I'ma tell them what to do when I do, then I tell them what to do. Yeah, you bear what we build, sadly. I know where we gonna set up. I know we got G.O.D. in the cut, yeah, exit 104. I don't give a fuck, yeah, that's the hook right there, yeah, I don't give a fuck, yeah, taking exit what, yeah, I don't give a fuck, yeah, taking exit, taking. Nah, fuck that. We stay rolling, stay on the straight smooth, yeah, I'm bowling. I'ma get it, I'ma get up over. I don't give a fuck anymore, I'm open. Open to the new idea, open to the fear, open to the, open to a life, open to no, open to your fear. Open to a new idea, open to your fear, open to the understanding that I gotta hear. I'ma let it go. I'ma get it clear. I'ma spit a flow till they wanna me till they wanted me in real.
to win the best. I'm not a fraud, I'm mentionless. I do anything to accomplish it. Within about the honesty, the lost trust. Not an effort, I would ever less this. I do not rest in new focus. I have seen what God does, where we'll rest. Now I'm bound to be the best. Handle my own, keep ripping. Boys are blessed, bro. Come on now, question. What do you want to know? I'll listen. I feel strong as heaven, strong as ever, ever. We're in this together. Maybe I'll tell you my road. Maybe I'll tell you my story. Maybe I'll build us a home. Maybe I can tell you alone. I wanna love in my life. Someone I love in my sight. Follow my heart when it's right. God, you should stop in mine. I am not talking about. I am not talking about. I have faith in the divine. I am His prophet. I don't have qualms with that. I know it's all for the light. I know the mark of the light. I love her brother. Maybe I'll tell you my road. Maybe I'll tell you my soul. Maybe I'll build us a hope. Maybe I can tell you alone. I don't wanna love in my life. Don't wanna love in my life. Follow my heart when it's right. God, you should stop in mine. I don't know where I'm gonna go. Yo, right now I'm in California. Golden State Warriors, dash Warriors. Long ways to the world of warriors. Take the give, I got nothing but a rich like both of them. Forfeit never been an option, not again. From a rich to an alien, 2 days of mountains of pushing, left and burnt. Couldn't even handle that, my eyes see it hurt. Threw it to him when it fell and cried. Funny and able to a low goodbye. A stranger help, picked it up, love I felt. Everybody got their problems out, it's how you solve them. That's success is about. So in my room, I bought some beats and recorded. Still I couldn't sleep. It's option hit, I was told to quit. And in 2021, I admit I did. Now here I am, 23. I ain't a kid, old but young, definitely equipped. I keep my fam close, I love it. I damn ironic, cause when it comes to life, I know I got it. My stuff lava and I pilot it. Maybe I'll tell you my road. Maybe I'll tell you my story. Maybe I'll build us a home. Maybe I can tell you alone. I wanna love in my life. Someone I love in my life. Follow my heart when it's right. God, you should love me more. I am not talking about. I am not talking about. I have faith in the divine. I am His prophet. I don't have qualms with that. I know it's all for the light. I know the mark of the light. I love her brother like. I don't give up.